Announcements.
Honourable members, I have an announcement. At the sitting of Tuesday last, during the second reading of the Education Amendment Bill, after the intervention of Honourable Navarre-Marie, the Honourable Chakuri had the floor. While the Honourable member was intervening, Honourable Navarre-Marie was behaving in a grossly disorderly manner by constantly interrupting the Honourable member and the proceedings of the House. Consequently, the Chair had no alternative than to order the Honourable member to withdraw from the chamber. The Honourable member continued in an argument with the Chair. At some point in time, Honourable Minister Toussaint raised a point of order to the effect that Honourable Navarre-Marie uttered the words, "You are shouting like a dog," to the address of the Chair. I asked Honourable Navarre-Marie to withdraw the words, if ever she had said so. Instead, she questioned as to the words she had uttered. I undertook to verify the answer and ordered the Honourable member to comply with my prior order given to her to withdraw from the chamber. At that point in time, as I was not in a position to ascertain the words she had said, I could not name her. Honourable members, I have verified from the answer, and it is clear that Honourable Navarre-Marie had indeed uttered the words, "You are shouting like a dog." I consider these words to be disrespectful and derogatory towards the Chair and offensive to the decorum of the House. Neither did the Honourable member withdraw the words uttered by her, nor has she up to now expressed any regret for having uttered those words. In the light of the above, I leave the matter in the hands of the House for any action it may deem appropriate. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in the light of your ruling, I beg under Standing Order 17.3 to take the time of the House for urgent business.
Seconded.
The question is the Honourable Prime Minister be allowed under Standing Order 17.3 to take the time of the House for urgent business. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, having obtained your permission, I beg to move under Standing Order 29.1 to present a motion without notice.
Seconded.
Seconded. The question is that the Honourable Prime Minister be allowed under Standing Order 29.1 to move a motion without notice. Those who say aye, those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in the light of your ruling, I beg to move that the Honourable Navarre-Marie be suspended from the service of the Assembly for 2 days sitting and the next 4 sittings.
Seconded.
Seconded.
The question is that Honourable Navarre-Marie be suspended from the service of the Assembly for 2 days sitting and the next 4 sittings. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it.
Papers have me late questions.
Mr. Speaker, my question is addressed to the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Housing and Land Use Planning, Minister of Tourism. I'm a bit out of breath, but I will do my best, Mr. Speaker. Whether in regard to the state land leased to various cultural centres in the region of Redjui-Moka, he will state, A, if he has received communications from the Mauritius Tamil Cultural Centre Trust and the Indo-Mauritian Catholic Association, expressing their disagreement to the cancellation thereof and refusal as to the alternative site offered thereto at Laviji, and if so, indicate the action he proposes to take, 1, in relation thereto, and 2, in regard to the leases held by the Urdu-speaking union and the Hindi-speaking union, and B, the financial assistance, if any, which will now be offered to these organizations for the cost of construction of their respective cultural centres.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am duty-bound to inform the Leader of the House and the Leader of the Opposition, and the House that I was away from the country last week, returned this morning, and have only just been apprised of certain developments having occurred in my absence, further to the private notice question put by the Leader of the Opposition. Certain developments and correspondence received in my absence. So I wish to thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for giving me the opportunity to shed light and will provide whatever information is at my disposal at this stage. Now, as I mentioned in my reply to PQB 438, put by the second member for Stanley and Rosehill recently, this question concerns the region of Réduit-Moka, where in 2004 there was a planning exercise concerning development of state land acquired from Lonro Sugar Corporation by government in 2001 under the so-called Ilovo deal. But I must set the context. And these planning proposals were reviewed in 2006, another government. And because there were new requests that had come in, and from 2006 onwards, a number of different organizations, public and private, were granted land in this region. And these organizations range from government bodies, ICAC, National Library, Electoral Commission's office, I won't go through the whole list, but to private organizations such as MTEL Limited, but also Retirement Homes Medical Clinic, Diabetes Center, Council of Social Service Headquarters, but also spiritual organizations, socio-cultural organizations such as the Maharashtra Bhawan, and so on. So this is why I explained in response to the question put to me last time that the House will agree that such haphazard and unfelicitous use of state land is not in accordance with the principles of land use planning and does not serve the national interest. Now, in the meantime, Réduit, that region, has acquired enormous strategic importance, so my ministry decided to go for a new survey. And what was found was that out of 24 plots of land allocated since 2006, 13, the majority, was still undeveloped. A point of order.
I have a lot of respect for what the Minister is trying to do, but he's repeating word for word PQ he responded to 2 weeks ago. The time of the House is valuable, so why repeat exactly what you have said 2 weeks ago? I have been quite capable of reading it myself.
Now it's no more a point of order, it's a debate now. Your point of order should be addressed to the chair and give me time to... So you are giving the answer for the point of order.
Yes. Mr. Speaker.
So the question is yours and the answer is for the Minister.
Yes, I will not repeat, but I need to set the context. The point is that the majority of the land offered has not been developed. And there was an issue of compatibility of different uses for the different land allocated. Now, in the meantime, we've had extension of the metro line, which is coming up from Réduit onwards, and there is planned a new metro station in the vicinity of what is now the Welkin Hospital, and it is therefore felt that judicious use must be made of the undeveloped plots of land in this region. But at the same time, there must be some compatibility. It just cannot be a free-for-all. So there was a proposal made by my ministry for a clustering of compatible activities, focusing on a medical hub. We already have 2 medical clinics there and an educational hub. But we've got to take into account what already exists. So government decided to proceed with retrieval of all the undeveloped land. With one exception, as I explained last time, with the exception of the land which wasn't Ilovo, which had been allocated to Ministry of Education for planetarium and to arts and culture for the National Archives. So the Ministry of Housing, with the agreement of government, has retrieved land from different ministries, Labour, PMO, certain NGOs like Association Alzheimer, private bodies like Amtel, Mauritius Diabetes Association. And in the case of the 4 organizations mentioned in the question, acting upon past legal advice and pursuant to specific and relevant provisions of the lease agreements, my ministry issued a notice on 28th April 2023 to the 4 organizations, Hindi-speaking Union, Indo-Mauritian Catholic Association, Mauritius Tamil Cultural Center Trust, and the Urdu-speaking Union. As I explained to the Honourable Second Member for Stanley Rosil, that notice was a legal formality, inasmuch as the 4 organizations had already been consulted. For example, the Mauritius Tamil Cultural Center Trust was consulted on 24th March 2023. 24th March, 2 months ago, and they gave their agreement to the proposed exchange of land. For instance, the board of the Mauritius Tamil Cultural Center Trust met on 27th March, I am informed, and their agreement was duly minuted. Now, being given that government is fully committed to the promotion of culture and with a view not to cause any unnecessary hardship to these 4 organizations, government decided to offer each of these organizations a plot of land in the region of La Vigie of approximately the same size, if anything slightly more, but not less. More importantly, La Vigie itself is equally an area of strategic importance, but we could have more compatibility because on the main road there is a pagoda, and so it was considered by the Ministry of Housing and Lands that in terms of land use planning it would make more sense for the organizations to set up, to build whatever they wish to build there. Now, on 9th of May 2023, my ministry informed the 4 organizations that government is cancelling their lease agreement and is offering them a new lease over a plot of state land of an extent of approximately 1,79 perches, I am informed, at La Vigie, for the same purpose of construction of a socio-cultural centre, as they may wish. Now, as regards part A of the question specifically, I have been informed this morning that in a letter dated 17th May 2023, addressed to the Senior Chief Executive of my ministry, the chairperson of the Building Committee of the Mauritius Tamil Cultural Center Trust requested the Ministry of Housing and Land Use Planning to stay action on the proposed new lease. On the proposed new lease, I stand informed that no communication expressing disagreement as to the cancellation of the previous lease and refusal of an alternative site at La Vigie has been received by my ministry. In the case of the Indo-Mauritian Catholic Association, after the said association had been consulted on 29th March 2023, and again on 15th April 2023, and had on both occasions given its verbal agreement to the proposed exchange, land exchange, a letter addressed to the Senior Chief Executive of my ministry was received, I am informed, on 15th March 2023, last week. I have only, 15th of May, apologies, Mr. Speaker. So I have only taken cognizance of the letter this morning, and it contains a request, I quote, to leave intact our portion of land. I have further been informed this morning that in my absence, the Honourable Prime Minister, as well as my colleague, the Minister of Arts and Cultural Heritage, met with the representatives of the Hindi-speaking Union, the Mauritius Tamil Cultural Centre Trust, and the Urdu-speaking Union, whereas the Indo-Mauritian Catholic Association, although invited, tendered apologies. The organisations present, I am informed, were offered alternative land at Côte d'Or Hermitage as an option to the land at La Vigie, so as to offer them a choice. Moreover, a site visit at the relevant location at Côte d'Or Hermitage, together with the 4 organisations concerned, was effected by my colleague, the Minister of Arts and Cultural Heritage, this morning. I am further informed that the 4 organisations have expressed satisfaction at the offer, and a formal response is now awaited. As for part B of the question, as and when a formal detailed request is received by government, it will be considered on a case-by-case basis and on the particular merits of the said request, having regard to financial support measures, past and present, extended to socio-cultural organisations or these particular organisations.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. We are dealing with vulnerable institutions and communities which have contributed hugely to the development of this nation. I'd like to ask the Deputy Prime Minister whether he is aware that these communities were shocked by the indecent haste, undue haste, with which his ministry has acted in the space of 6 weeks to have sought to cancel, retrieve and reallocate land to these cultural centres has been surprising, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I'd like to ask the Deputy Prime Minister, why the haste, why the speed? You said in your reply of 2 weeks ago that the land is being earmarked for senior living and medical hub. We know that next door there is the famous Royal Green development by Nandan Gopi Group. Is the land, I want a straight answer from you, is the land being retrieved so that it will be given to this group or related groups for development of these businesses?
Are you done? Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition refers to communities that would have been shocked by indecent and undue haste. I am not aware of such shock at the level of any community, and I fail to understand how the Leader of the Opposition would be so aware. And I do not agree that there has been any indecent or undue haste on the part of the Ministry of Housing. The survey of the land belonging to the state at Réduit has been underway for some time now. In fact, my ministry, at the request of government, is reviewing all state land around the island of Mauritius, allocated to various parties over the years, to ensure, firstly, that the lease agreements have been respected, because all lease agreements, as the Leader of the Opposition will be aware, normally carry a condition of development within a certain period of time. And it is not for nothing that my ministry is called the Ministry of Land Use Planning. In other words, we're a small island, we must make judicious use of land available, and therefore, where there is incompatibility, it is the responsibility of the ministry to report to government and to act. Now, in this particular case, each step was observed. Firstly, the survey was conducted. We ascertained precisely which had been developed, which had not been developed, and at times it's tricky. In the case of the National Library, for instance, Mr. Speaker, it had not been developed, but things have moved on to, I think, tender analysis stage, and it would not have been in national interest to go back on that. Things were too advanced. Now, after all the information was obtained, consultations were held prior to any action being taken by government. And it is on the basis of the verbal agreement of each and every one of these 4 organizations that the ministry acted in line with the law, and in certain cases the organizations were consulted anew, as when I met the Mauritian Catholic Association and confirmed yet again that they were fully agreeable. So there has been no indecent and undue haste. In fact, there has been no haste at all, given the number of years since that land was allotted to the various organizations.
The main part of the question, you seem to have missed that, Deputy Prime Minister, is whether the land is being allocated for senior living to the Nandan Gopi Group.
Right.
That was the question.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry does not allot land as such. Now, what was explained, and I don't want to repeat, but what was explained on the last occasion in response to the PQ was that we intended to earmark the land for an educational hub and a medical hub. We said for the development of a medical hub and related services such as senior living, and it was pointed out that adjacent to this area, on the other side of Rivière Cascade, there is an emerging educational hub. So the area as a whole will be earmarked for educational on the one hand and medical hub, including senior living. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition is well aware of the promise of silver tourism, for instance, for the development of the country. Now, how do we proceed in such cases? When there is land available, any application received by the Ministry of Housing will be referred, or has been referred, I don't know whether that's already been done in my absence, to the Economic Development Board, so that in its wisdom, the Economic Development Board can carry out due diligence, consider all applications that have been received, if it considers necessary, issuing expressions of interest or whatever, and then they will make recommendations with the support of various technical ministries required, environment, housing and land, and government will act thereupon.
Indecent haste, Mr. Speaker, because the Ministry of Housing is well known for taking years to reply to any letter that it receives. I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister, therefore he's saying to us that he's not aware at all whether this group has or not made any application for any land that is being retrieved. That is what the Honourable Minister is saying, and I note that he's not aware. Neither yes nor no. I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister, Deputy Prime Minister now, that he referred to some of these organizations that were protesting, rightly so, Mauritius Tamil Temples Federation, Tamil League, Indo-Mauritian Catholic Association. He referred to them as a small group of troublemakers. Now, I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister and give him the chance to say that he regrets his statement and that he wishes to withdraw what he said 2 weeks ago.
So, first question was that the Ministry of Housing is slow as regards replying to any letter. This is very vague. I don't know what the Leader of the Opposition means, and if there is any specific question, I am obviously very happy to answer to the question. Now, when I responded to the question of the Honourable Second Member for Stanley and Rosil, I don't have the date, unfortunately. I believe it must have been a couple of weeks ago. At that point in time, to the best of my knowledge, there had been no protest either from the Mauritius Tamil Temples Federation or the Tamil League or the Indo-Mauritian Catholic Association. On the contrary, let me repeat that these organizations were consulted. I personally in the case of the Indo-Mauritian Catholic Association, met with them. The president and several members of their executive committee on the date I quoted earlier. On the 20... Non, plus tard même, in May. I gave the date earlier, and I don't want to repeat. Right? So the Prime Minister met with the organizations, I met with them, my colleague, the Minister of Arts and Cultural Heritage, was in touch. As I said, when I responded to the Honourable Gentleman, none of the three organizations had taken a stand in opposition to the proposed land exchange. And it was only a small group of individuals that had been expressing themselves in the media.
I'm sure you must regret, therefore, what you said. I'm going to ask the Honourable, I'm just firstly going to say to the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister that when you meet people préposés from the Mauritius Tamil Central, Cultural Centre Trust, these are all government appointees. They're not going to stand up to the Prime Minister or even to you. So don't be surprised if they were in awe and accepted what was offered then. But when they consulted their communities, that is when the problem hit the fan. I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister, when I said disrespectful to the organization, I'm going to talk first about IMCA, which I know the Minister knows well. When on the retrieval letter that you sent to the Ministry, to the IMCA, on 28th April, barely 1 month after the famous meeting at the PMO, this is what the letter said. The above-mentioned plot of state land was found to be still underdeveloped. Are you aware, Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, that from 2018, 2019, 2020 onwards, the IMCA have been seeking planning clearance from your very ministry, have been begging for planning clearance from your very ministry, and you have the cheek, your ministry has the cheek to send on the 20th of April 2023 that the land is being retrieved because it is still underdeveloped.
Let the Minister reply.
This is what I'm doing.
Mr. Speaker, a word of friendly advice. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition should not get excited. He was out of breath earlier, and I'm very concerned about his health. Now, let me tell the House that according to the information I have been provided this morning, there were meetings, for instance, of the board of the Mauritius Tamil Cultural Centre Trust, and there was unanimous... I'm sorry, I did not interrupt the Leader of the Opposition. I have too much respect for him, and I would pray that the Opposition shows the same respect. I was saying that in the case...
Leader of the Opposition. Come on, Leader of the Opposition, you're making an abuse.
Time is running, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I would like to provide answers, if only the Leader of the Opposition wants answers. Now, I was saying that this morning I was provided with a document testifying to the fact that the board of the Mauritius Tamil Cultural Centre Trust had met and had unanimously given its agreement to the proposed land exchange. So it is not true to say that there was initially any disagreement. And in my answer, I even quoted the letter to explain there was no disagreement. As regards LIMCA, this organization, Mr. Speaker, is very well known to me. And I cannot state whether there has been protest concerning planning. I had not seen that letter. Does the Leader of the Opposition wish to listen to the question? If he's interested in a monologue for the media, fair enough, then I won't answer. But my duty to this House is to answer to questions, and time is running. So please allow me to answer. Now, what I'm saying is that this organization is very well known to me, and never since I assumed the position of Ministry of Housing, have they informed me, whether verbally or writing, that there was a planning clearance that was begging for attention at the Ministry of Housing? Otherwise, I would certainly have ensured that any such request was dealt with promptly. And even when I met the organization 2 or 3 weeks ago, this was never raised. There was no question whatsoever. They raised other issues, such as their wish to have land in the region of Flak and so on, and they were advised to make a formal application, but this point of planning clearance was not raised.
We have the word of the Deputy Prime Minister, but there are letters, black on white, signed by the President, National President, General Secretary, dated 10th of May. I don't know how your ministry works, that you have not been briefed about these issues. I'm going to ask now, so we know that IMCA was refused planning, or was never granted planning clearance.
May I be allowed,
I'm going
Speaker,
to continue
to respond to the last point
No,
made.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue with my question. Because you have to show respect to the communities who are listening massively to this PNQ. The next question
I
now...
object to that line of questioning.
What is the problem?
You have right for supplementary question. You don't have right for your opinion. This is question time and not debate.
Okay. Just be patient, Mr. Speaker. Now, my
You be
next
patient.
question, I am extremely patient, believe me. The question is this. My question is this. As far as the Mauritius Tamil Center Cultural Trust, we know that all the appointees are government appointees. Even the
What's your
board
question?
fully appointed.
I'm waiting
Be
for
patient.
your question.
Fully appointed by government. Now, they had collected nearly 3 million rupees from what they call undi donations. 3 million rupees. And the government insisted that these 3 million rupees be transferred for recurrent expenses and cut the grant of MTCCT, assuring, therefore, that MTCCT could not have any funds at all to start construction, even though they already had a building and land use permit. Are you aware of that, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister?
Now, I will answer to the questions that have been put. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has referred to a letter to contradict what I have said from IMCA. But then the letter he quotes, as he just said, is dated 10th of May, which is last week. So where is the letter addressed to me? Where is the proof that I would have been informed of any issue pertaining to planning clearance? I have tried to be truthful and honest in my answers, and I would pray that the same good faith and honesty be shown by the Leader of the Opposition before alleging lack of respect for any community. This government and my Prime Minister is fully committed to maintaining social harmony, to respect for all communities and religions in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that in the history of independent Mauritius, no regime has done as much as the present regime since 2014 in terms of grants to socio-cultural organizations of all communities, in terms of the religious grant increase, and I am minded, Mr. Speaker, if I can find the relevant document, to quote figures to establish what increase there has been over the years for different organizations, Mr. Speaker, as per...
Be respectful.
Will the leader of the opposition show some respect? Will he show some courtesy? When the leader...
Honorable leader of the opposition, you're making an abuse. A minister is replying to your own question, and you're abusing. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that the public will judge that this cannot go on. Questions are asked by the opposition. They are given all the leeway, and all citizens can see this. They are not interrupted. They use insulting words at times. They make all sorts of empty allegations, lack of respect for communities, haste, undue haste, all sorts of allegations, unsubstantiated in any way whatsoever. And when the government responds, when a minister responds, they do not cease interrupting to prevent appropriate answers to be provided. Mr. Speaker, sir,
Respectful.
let me say again that there is no lesson to be learned from the opposition concerning respect for communities, any community and all communities, by this present government. As regards the Tamil Cultural Centre Trust, I have listed all the efforts, Mr. Speaker, precisely because we have such immense respect for the work of all these organizations, to meet with them, to talk, to support them in each and every way possible so that they can achieve their aims. And in this particular case, what has happened? Government decided to proceed with a new planning exercise. They were offered land at La Vigie. When it came to the attention of the Prime Minister that there was still some protest, he met again with these organizations. And so did my colleague, the Minister of Arts and Cultural Heritage. Now, each of these organizations has been offered. I will not give way, Mr. Speaker. I will not give way. And each of these...
Minister, yes.
Please, listen to me first. Listen to this point of order. Manuel, if you don't have a point of order, you will have to apologize. Sure, 100%.
Why are you threatening me? Before you hear the threat, why, in what right do you have to threaten me? Before I ask my point of order, you think it fit to threaten me?
I'm not threatening you. I'm just reminding you. If you have no point of order, Minister, continue.
With a point of order, and I would advise you never to threaten me.
Look, don't fight the chair. The chair is not...
Never threaten me.
I am here to protect you.
Yes,
okay.
never threaten me.
Point of order.
My point of order is this. My point of order is this. The Minister has considerably abused of his time. I would ask you to give me an additional time.
There is no point of order. You put a question. The Minister is replying to a question in Parliament. It is up to the Speaker to judge. Minister, continue.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind the Leader of the Opposition, who seems to be smiling and grinning parce qu'il a voulu faire des effets de scène, whatever that's called, for the television. He's an experienced parliamentarian. A point of order must be founded on a precise standing order. And this is never the case. Points of order are taken left, right and centre just to interrupt the response of a government minister. Precisely because we know that time is running, the Leader of the Opposition was not and is never interrupted in his questions. But then he makes all sorts of allegations, and when it is time for an answer, then they're not happy. So let me again say what I said, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this is an attempt by the opposition to use all sorts of political ploys. This government is fully committed to supporting, to respecting, first of all, each of the communities of our nation, and to support all the socio-cultural organizations in their work. And this is not just mere talk. The financial contributions, budget after budget, are there to prove what I am saying, whatever the opposition may think. And this campaign of theirs
elaborated extensively on the reasons why government does not intend to go ahead with the Freedom of Information Bill. I did, in fact, bring out the far-reaching implications of such a piece of legislation, especially its negative impact on public service delivery and on our public finance, particularly at this juncture, and the apprehended unintended negative consequences of such a piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is apposite for me to remind the House that the Freedom of Information Bill, which had been proposed initially, made provisions inter alia for the following: the setting up of an adequate mechanism for access to public information and its proactive disclosure, as well as record keeping and archiving. Additional human resources, for example, creation of a new grade of public information officer in all ministries and departments, or the assignment of the duties of the latter grade to serving officers, creation of a new post of Information Commissioner, recruitment of staff for the Information Appeal Tribunal, creation of new institutions such as Office of Information Commissioner and Information Appeal Tribunal, additional workload, burden, pressure to meet statutory deadlines, to provide the information requested, and training of staff to successfully implement the legislation. These provisions would inevitably have huge impact, not only on government recurrent budget, but also on public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, sir, the objective of a freedom of information legislation is mainly to reduce corrupt practices by enhancing transparency and accountability. However, such a legislation is only one among several other instruments available to enhance transparency and accountability in public institutions. I must remind and emphasize that government has taken numerous other initiatives to attain that same objective. It is opportune for me to update the House on the bold and effective measures which the government has been taking to consolidate and improve our overall governance framework in fulfillment of our commitment taken in the government program 2020-2024 to enhance transparency and accountability within our institutions. Mr. Speaker, sir, these measures include the following: introduction of the Citizen Support Portal. Government has introduced the CSP as an innovative internet platform, accessible on the web and CSU mobile app, which enables any citizen to either register a complaint or a suggestion or make a query online and track progress on their query and complaint at any time. Since its inception in April 2017 to 18th of May 2023, the portal has registered 268,723 cases, out of which 245,897 cases have been resolved. The activities of the CSU provide our citizens with the possibility to seek information or assistance regarding government policies and programs, and they can also provide suggestions. The CSU is currently collaborating with the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation on the chatbot project, which will further assist citizens to register their tickets or ask for information, and this project is nearing finalization. Second, the mandatory use of electronic procurement system in the public sector, with a view to modernizing the public procurement system and enhancing transparency and accountability. In the process, the Procurement Policy Office has taken the following measures. 1. Mandatory use of e-procurement system, whereby bidders receive notifications about bidding opportunities by email in real time. They can view the published procurement plan online, as well as submit bids electronically and attend the opening of bids online. 2. The Public Procurement Regulations 2008 have been amended to require public bodies to publish not only on its website, but also on the Public Procurement Portal of the Procurement Policy Office, a copy of the signed contract agreement form, letter of acceptance, bid submission form, addenda, if any, special or particular conditions of contract, and any amendments or variations made during the course of implementation of the contract. And third, the list of disqualified and debarred bidders, as well as the decisions of the independent review panel, are published on the website of the Procurement Policy Office and are accessible to the public. Third, we have the implementation of the National Open Data Portal. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation has, in line with the e-government strategy, implemented the National Open Data Portal, which houses and provides links to data pertaining to government processes. This initiative empowers citizens and businesses to carry out data-driven projects such as development of mobile apps, data analysis, creation of innovative products and research, among others. By opening up data through the Open Data Portal, government aims precisely at promoting transparency inasmuch as citizens are able to freely access information on what the government is doing. In line with the public sector's business transformation strategy, 39 transformation implementation committees were set up in ministries and departments. 4. The implementation of the public sector transformation strategy. The government has approved the implementation of the public sector transformation strategy with a view to modernizing our public service and providing efficient and effective services to our citizens. The strategies are based on 10 pillars, one of which is precisely strong governance, which provides for the right oversight and guidance for ethics, compliance, integrity, transparency, and accountability. Another pillar of the strategy relates to public and customer satisfaction, which emphasizes easy access to information on government services by the public and clients. Fifth, the live broadcast of the proceedings of the National Assembly. Another powerful measure to enhance transparency is the introduction of live broadcast of the proceedings of the National Assembly as from March 2017, including the live telecast on the Appropriation Bill and Committee of Supply. This live broadcast has significantly enhanced parliamentary democracy in Mauritius and demonstrates the commitment of government to transparency and openness. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the same vein, the Government Information Service has taken a number of initiatives for greater openness and wider and more effective dissemination of information to the public. These measures include the following. 1. Presence on social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube to provide timely official communiques, notices, press releases, and news items, photos, regarding government activities to the public at large. 2. According to Facebook Insights, GIS Mauritius has the following statistics for the period 20th April 2023 to 18th of May 2023. People reached more than 314,000. Post engagements, that is, sharing of posts, 282,000. Third, setting up of a media WhatsApp group which includes all newsrooms for accurate and timely dissemination of official communiques, notices, press releases, and news items and photos to the media regarding government activities. Fourth, disseminating communiques of the Mauritius Meteorological Service and those of the National Emergency Operations Command during cyclones and heavy rain warnings. And fifth, dissemination of government functions on a daily basis and the highlights of cabinet decisions on a weekly basis on the mobile app of the GIS Search Gov. Although it is also pertinent that the Facebook page of GIS Mauritius has never been sponsored through digital marketing, the increasing engagement between the public and the Facebook page of GIS Mauritius is indicative of the fact that the GIS is considered as a trusted source of accurate and official information. Mr. Speaker, sir, this government stands committed to pursue its transparency, accountability, and corruption-free agenda with renewed vigor and determination. In fulfillment of this commitment, government has taken several additional measures over and above those I have just enumerated. Let me mention a few of these additional measures. 1. Following the enactment of the Declaration of Assets Act, certain information on the declaration filed by members of the National Assembly and the Rodrigues Regional Assembly and local councillors are made accessible to the public through the website of the Independent Commission Against Corruption. As from April 2022, the application of the Declaration of Assets Act has been extended to cover every officer of the departmental grade in the Mauritius Prison Service, as recommended by the Commission of Inquiry on Drug Trafficking. 2. A host of measures was taken by Mauritius to comply with the Financial Action Task Force requirements, following which on 7th of January 2022, the European Commission has removed Mauritius from its list of high-risk third countries. 3. The launching of the Corporate Governance Scorecard for Mauritius, which is a major milestone in the journey of governance development for the country. 4. The Statutory Bodies Accounts and Audit Act has been amended so that all statutory bodies have to prepare their accounts under the International Public Sector Accounting Standards accrual framework. The IPSAS framework is a fair and transparent mode of reporting. 5th, the Finance and Audit Act was amended to require every ministry and government department to prepare an annual report on performance and to make it mandatory for ministries and departments to include an implementation plan in the annual report for preventing recurrence of shortcomings reported by the Director of Audit. 6. To further strengthen accountability and transparency in the management of public funds, as from financial year 2021-2022, the budget estimates document includes strategic overviews of ministries. It provides an overview of their strategic directions for public service delivery over the next 3 fiscal years with the funds appropriated by the National Assembly. Information on public debt report on Mauritius published by IMF, World Bank, African Development Bank is also available on the website of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development. 7. The Ministry of Public Service, Administrative and Institutional Reforms, in collaboration with the Independent Commission Against Corruption, has since October 2020 developed a set of guidelines on the exercise of discretionary powers to prevent any potential risk and uphold integrity, transparency, and accountability in the public sector. And 8, the conduct of 2 corruption risk assessments at the level of each ministry and department has started in financial year 2020-2021 in collaboration with the Independent Commission Against Corruption with a view to enhancing transparency and promoting an ethical work culture in the public service. This exercise is currently being implemented in all ministries and departments. The conduct of the 2 corruption risk assessments has been extended to parastatal bodies and state-owned enterprises in financial year 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the light of all these salient facts, government maintains its decision not to go ahead with a Freedom of Information Bill at this stage. However, government shall resolutely continue to take all such measures as are deemed necessary to further consolidate our overall good governance framework.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if I can remind the Honorable Prime Minister, in the Manifeste Electoral 2014, he mentioned the Freedom of Information Act sera introduit pour garantir la transparence. C'est dans le manifeste électoral du MSM. Can I ask the Honorable Prime Minister, how do you reconcile your answer with the following? Our promise in the latest Mauritius report to the African Union to pass the Freedom of Information Act and the observation of the African Union that this has not been fulfilled yet, as is stated by Geoffrey Robertson and the FOI is part and parcel of the democracy, an important pillar of transparency and good governance. Is the Honourable Prime Minister aware that several prominent members of SADC, including South Africa, Tanzania, Mozambique, have already enacted a Freedom of Information Act, and out of 193 countries, 125 have a Freedom of Information Act according to UNESCO?
Mr. Speaker, sir, first of all, let me, maybe the honourable member reads only some of our manifesto. He does not read all the manifestos. Is he aware that in our last political manifesto and in our last government program, after winning the general election in 2019, there is no mention of any introduction of a Freedom of Information Bill. None. I think you better have a look at this one also. Now, the honourable member is talking about the SADC countries. SADC countries, I think he has been in previous government, and SADC countries have also been discussing about freedom of information. Et, Monsieur le Président, ce que j'admire avec l'opposition, je dois dire, cette opposition, c'est que quand ils sont au gouvernement, ils parlent d'un langage. Quand ils sont dans l'opposition, ils parlent d'un langage qui est totalement contraire au langage qu'ils parlent quand ils sont au gouvernement. Je vais peut-être rafraîchir la mémoire surtout de l'honorable Nagalingam, du MMM. Let me refer him to a question that was asked on the 31st of October 2000, when the MMM were in government. 31st of October 2000. We just won the election. And the question B136 was asked by Dr. Arvind Boulel, member of the Labour Party, to the acting Prime Minister, that is Honourable Paul Béranger, who was replying, whether legislation on freedom of information will be introduced in the House. And the reply, I quote, "Sir, as the Honourable member is aware, the idea of a Freedom of Information Act appeared in the electoral manifesto of the previous government, that is, the Labour Party MMM government. Nearer to us during the Beaubassin and Petite Rivière by-election in September 1999, the Labour Party PMXD alliance campaigned intensively on this basis and promised that as a matter of urgency, they would introduce a Freedom of Information Bill. We all know the dubious circumstances in which that by-election was fought and won. However, it is noted that the outgoing government has done nothing during its mandate. On this issue also, there has been a lot of talk, but no action." This is what the MMM is saying to the address of the Labour Party. A lot of talk and no action. Now, let me quote another part. Honourable Béranger continues to say, I quote, "This government has promised to govern in full transparency, but unlike the previous one, we are going to put into practice what we have promised." And further stated, "This government believes in freedom of information. The whole idea is to enable members of the public to have access without difficulty to information which is in the public domain. A number of measures will be taken to guarantee such access. Some of these measures include provision of information about the operations and functions of public authorities, and provision of access to official documents in the possession of such authorities. And Honorable Béranger concludes by saying, I can assure the House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we mean business. Legislation to provide the necessary framework for better access to information will be introduced at the opportune time. And in that context, I have been informed that a bill had already been prepared and had been submitted to the former government. But there had been no action taken on that piece of information. 5 years. 5 years. And there has been not even a bill that has been circulated. And I can quote other instances, Mr. Speaker, sir, where the opposition has been all the time saying that they will be coming with a freedom of information bill, the Labour Party in particular, on so many occasions, and nothing has been done. So when you are in government, you advocate, you say, ah, mucha toile là, mucha tas to lame te lipia mucha met kadna.
Order.
Mucha met an kadna, dit Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order. Honorable Boulel.
Heureusement, moi qui dis tais-toi.
Honorable Boulel, you just came back. Be patient. Be patient. So if you...
So you see, when you should not be when you are in the opposition, then you start to say, well, where is the freedom of information bill, and so on and so forth. You have to be consistent. This is what I'm saying.
Honorable Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. With regard to the freedom of information legislation in other jurisdictions, if ever the Prime Minister has the information, can he shed some light upon to the cost implied too? Because I've been looking around and I can see that Australia does have one, and I think there are some costs associated. If you can just provide some further information with regard to that. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is one of the issue that has to be considered and has been considered by different governments before. Let me say, with regard to figures that have been provided. In the United Kingdom, for the year 2005, the cost was £35.5 million. That is almost 2.1 billion rupees. In Canada, for year 2000-2001, the cost was 28.8 Canadian dollars, that is 1.1 billion rupees. In the United States, for year 2005, the cost stood at $382.2 million, that is about 19.1 billion rupees. And in Australia, for the year 2008-2009, the cost was 30.3 million Australian dollars, that is 910 million rupees. In Iceland, in the year 2009, the cost was 6.9 million euros, that is some 350 million rupees.
Last question, Honorable Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. At the beginning of his reply, the Honourable Prime Minister mentioned the fact that the implementation of a freedom of information legislation can have unintended negative consequences. Can he provide any tangible example of such unintended consequences, please?
Honourable Prime Minister, before you reply to this question, let me remind the House that when you ask a question, the next question you should show signed expression of it. Please, listen. Listen to the Speaker. This is very bad manners. The Speaker on his feet is speaking, and you try to rebut. Rebut what? Listen to standing orders. After putting the question, you should, for the next supplementary question, express your interest. You did not. Honorable Béranger, you don't have the right to discuss with me. I am on my feet. This is bad manner. This is very bad manner. You don't talk. You have nothing to talk to the speaker. So next time, for now, the Honorable Prime Minister will be replying to this question.
Go and check it and then you come to the house. Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. So in its 2016 Public Access to Information for Development report, the World Bank highlighted, in fact, 3 cases of those unintended negative consequences. One, in India, the legislation has led to greater public mistrust of government and has damaged democracy. The American democracy has become dysfunctional, partly because of excess in transparency. Too much openness has undermined the effectiveness and legitimacy of government. In UK, the former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, who introduced the Freedom of Information Act in the year 2000, has himself admitted that he regrets the act. He described the act as dangerous and utterly undermining of sensible government. Now, for his part, the former Prime Minister, David Cameron, stated that, and I quote, "We spend, or the system seems to spend, an age dealing with freedom of information requests, which are all about processes, and actually what the public or the country want to know is how much money are you spending, is that money being spent well, and what are the results?" End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will not mention also what has been published in 2012 by the Ministry of Justice, research that was conducted precisely with regard to the fact that what was the impact and the effect of freedom of information. Let me just, for the benefit of the House, quote what was concluded, and I quote, "The Freedom of Information Act has failed to increase understanding of government, may have reduced trust, and has done little to improve decision-making in Westminster," unquote.
The table has been advised that PQ B583, B588, B589, B590, B592, B593, B594, B595, B580 have been withdrawn. Time over. Honourable members, let me remind the House on that question of catching the eyes. The standing order clearly stipulates that in order for any member to have the right to put a question, he should catch the eye of the Speaker. So abide by this principle instead of shouting, "Speaker, Speaker, Speaker," like this. This is not the principle. Check with the House of Commons, check with the skinme, and you will learn the principle. My eye was on Honourable Boulel. I will concentrate. So, PQ B597 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Information, Technology, Communication and Innovation. PQ B605 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Blue Economy, Marine Resources, Fisheries and Shipping. PQ B624 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Labour, Human Resource Development and Training, Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection. Now I call Honourable Osman Mohamed.
B596.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
with your permission, I shall reply to question B596. For all major and national strategic projects bringing substantial transformation, a feasibility study is essential. The same principle applies to the Phase 4 of the Metro Express project. A feasibility study has been carried out. I wish to reassure the House that the feasibility study adopted a rigorous methodology and comprehensive approach, including an extensive stakeholder management plan. Mr. Speaker, sir, in view of the fact that a procurement exercise in respect of Phase 4 of the Metro Express project is ongoing, and the feasibility study obviously contains a number of proprietary and commercially sensitive information, it cannot be disclosed at this stage. Thank you.
The procurement exercise started last year. It must have been completed by now. Anyway, this is not my question. My question is, being given that during the last debate on the subject in PQ B223, 2223 of 18 April 2023, the Honorable Ganu admitted, notwithstanding the fact that a feasibility study was done for Phase 3, Rosil-Réduit, only 2,000 passengers per day, albeit not paying because students and senior citizens, instead of 15,000 passengers, therefore meaning a total failure. In the light of this, can I ask the Honourable Minister to at least give us some indication of the elements contained, because public funds are involved. Phase 3 is a total failure. Phase 4 looks like it's going to be a total failure. Can I ask him to provide at least some figures of the expected number of passengers?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't think I have to reply to something that's not pertaining to this question. That's the Honourable Member's own observation. All I can say at this stage, in respect of the fact that I mentioned again, a tender exercise is in process and commercially sensitive information cannot be given. But an estimation of passengers has been made, and it will start 16,000 passengers and may end up to 30,000 passengers. Thank you.
Now, make sure you don't give your opinion. You don't state your opinion. Put question directly. This is supplementary question. If you want to check your standing order, please.
If it's in the national interest, I have to give my opinion.
The chair is not interested in national or international. The chair is interested in rules and regulations of the National Assembly.
Yes.
Don't invent parliament.
I just want to go to the Honourable Prime Minister. He just said just now, quand nous sommes de cet côté de la Chambre, nous parlons de certain langage, mais quand nous sommes de l'autre côté...
No, come on.
No.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Others, you see on this order paper, how many questions are waiting for replies?
Yes, okay.
Don't make an abuse of your right to put questions, and don't lose the time of the House.
Okay. Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether this 15,000 passengers per day that he has just mentioned will be sufficient to finance back the 13.5 billion rupees that this line is touted to cost taxpayers?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the question is about the feasibility study conducted, and if a copy can be tabled, I've already replied to the question, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Next question.
B597.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I humbly request you to bear with me. I have a lengthy reply just to be able to give all the details. Following announcement made in the budget speech 2020-21 for the deployment of wireless local network area in 155 secondary schools in Mauritius and Rodrigues, my ministry initiated discussions with the main stakeholder, the Ministry of Education, Tertiary Education, Science and Technology, in August 2020 for the latter ministry to submit its concise requirements. Consequently, meetings were held with officers of the Ministry of Education in August, September and November 2020, where it was agreed that the project would consist of procurement of relevant equipment as well as provision of connectivity services to cater for the entire secondary schools. That is all classes, specialist rooms, that is home economics, design and technology, computer labs, administrative blocks, among others. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is to be noted that during the period 10th March to 30th April 2021, the country was in total lockdown, and thereafter further sanitary restrictions were in place, resulting in lesser economic activities, and only an immediate number of public officers were called upon to ensure service delivery and business continuity. This had an impact on the whole process of the project. Nevertheless, the Central Informatics Bureau, CIB, which is the technical team of my ministry, works on the specification of this project, along with the stakeholders concerned, and given its project value, which was 170 million, the bidding documents were submitted to the Central Procurement Board for vetting and floating of tenders on June 2021. Various meetings were held at the level of the CPB, during which a number of clarifications were thought and agreed upon. Thereafter, in line with the recommendations from the CPB, the tender was amended and launched in January 2022, with a closing date fixed for the 9th of March 2022 and extended till the 6th of April 2022. However, several queries were received from potential bidders, and upon request of the latter, the closing date was extended till 12 April 2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, on 27 May 2022, my ministry was informed by the Central Procurement Board that none of the bids received was found to be responsive after the evaluation exercise carried out. Mr. Speaker, sir, taking the consideration of the urgency of the project, on June 2022, an alternative solution was approved at the level of my ministry for the project to be implemented in two parts, that is, the connectivity part and the infrastructure part. As in the meantime, on the 9th of June 2022, my ministry has signed a framework agreement for the government intranet system that we call the GINS with Mauritius Telecom Limited after a tender procedure. Therefore, the project would have been broken into two components. One, that is provision of the wireless LAN infrastructure in secondary schools by a potential supplier, and two, the connectivity services provided under the GINS framework, as I mentioned above. Mr. Speaker, sir, consultations were held anew with stakeholders concerned, and a new bidding document for the provision of wireless LAN infrastructure in secondary school were prepared by the CIB and sent to the Central Procurement Board in August 2022 for its vetting prior for the launching of the tender. Subsequently, additional clarification were sought on specific items of the bidding documents, including the cost estimates, and various meetings were held in November and January to finalize the bidding documents. Further clarification was submitted again in February 2023 on the bidding documents, and on March of this year, the Central Procurement Board requested my ministry for additional information, including the revised cost estimate, taking into account the external factors which have impacted on the increase in the price of various commodities, including IT equipment, that is the fluctuation of foreign exchange, the COVID-19 pandemic increase in the cost of freight, and shortage of chips or semiconductors, and non-availability of specific IT equipment on the international market, among others. This was reiterated in the meeting held at the CPB in March 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this regard, in March, a committee was set up at the level of my ministry with the technical teams and representative of the Ministry of Education to work out an updated cost estimate. Meetings were held again in March and April, and I was informed that there have been a considerable increase in the project value due to the reasons I mentioned above. Therefore, in line with established procedures in such cases, my ministry has approached the Ministry of Finance on April 2023 for financial clearance on the revised project value, a reply is currently awaited. Mr. Speaker, sir, pending completion of the tender procedure for the main project, connectivity has been successfully deployed in the computer rooms of 47 secondary schools through the GENS project on a temporary basis. It should be noted that the required infrastructure was already in place in those schools. And I'm tabling the list of these 47 schools.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in the reply to a PQ B430 dated 22nd May 2018 by Osman Mohamed, the Minister of Education asserted that she was informed by the then ICT Minister that the connectivity project would be completed by the end of June 2018. And now this new Minister of ICT is further extending perhaps the year for the completion of the work. Will the Minister inform parents and students how soon we are going to have this connectivity in schools? Because they have been waiting for long.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I mentioned in my reply that the deployment of wireless local area network in 155 secondary schools, including Mauritius and Rodrigues, was announced in the budget 2020-2021. I cannot reply to the member of what was said in 2018 when this particular project, not comparable to the previous one, because the previous one was connectivity in certain classes only. This new project, announced in 2020-2021, provides for connectivity in all the classes and in all the premises of the school. So this is a new one. The idea is the same, to have connectivity, but not in a specific area, but in the whole compound. So I explained in my reply, that's why I took time of the House to give a lengthy reply of the procurement exercise. That takes time. We have had discussion. A survey has to be done in all the schools to understand the infrastructure of the school, because there are civil works to be done in those schools, and connectivity will come afterwards, and how we have gone for the process of the tendering exercise through the CPB, and what is the status as of now.
Mr. Speaker, sir, given that the Director of Audit has been very critical regarding the way this connectivity project has been mishandled, especially financially, will the Honourable Minister inform the House what is the estimated amount of public funds which will be invested in this project? Because since its inception it has been going on. We mentioned 170 million in 2021, 2022, and also to inform the House if any sum has been recouped from the liquidated damages.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the question that has been put by the member is where matters stand for this current project. What he's referring to is the project that was initiated in 2013 by the then government. So we have a lot to say on that particular project. If he comes with the question, and he has courage to come with that particular question, how the seed was put then and the tree grew up very badly. On this particular project, I have mentioned that in the financial year, the budget voted was 170 million, and due to the various external factors which we don't control, we have the team, the Central Informatics Bureau, and other stakeholders have worked a new revised estimate, which have been sent to the Minister of Finance to have a clearance. Eventually, once we have all the exact information, we could give all details to the House.
The table had been advised that PQ B611, B641, B646 have been withdrawn. Honourable members, I'll suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours. Please be seated. Next question.
B 598.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Child Development Unit of my ministry that baby CP was admitted to Notre Dame Relay Center on the 24th of February this year, following the issuing of an emergency protection order, which was issued on the 8th of February this year by the Children's Court, and that the protocol has been duly observed. I also wish to reassure the House that the admission protocol has been fully complied with, the details of which are as follows. When a case of the child is reported with protection concerns, the officer of the CDU, while determining whether the child has to be removed to a place of safety, has the duty to report the matter to the Children's Court for an EPO to allow admission in a residential care institution. In this case, an EPO for the child was issued by the Children's Court. Prior to conveyance and admission of the child to an RCI, the officer has a duty to convey the child to the nearest regional hospital for a thorough medical examination to ensure that the child is fit for admission in an RCI, and this was also undertaken in the case of baby CP. Upon full medical examination and medical discharge, the officer should ensure that the hospital provides all the medical reports and appointment cards, as well as full medical history and medical support, inclusive of treatment and medication provided to the child, so that he can avail of those during his stay, his or her stay at the shelter. All documents in the case of baby CP needed for the support have been provided. While processing for medical support to the child, arrangement is usually made for a smooth placement of the child to the RCI through proper networking of the officer and the shelter manager. I am apprised that this is a regular practice and was undertaken in the case of baby CP. The shelter manager is briefed on the child that he or she is welcoming at the RCI level, and once admitted to the RCI, the officer ensures that all documents he or she has at his level are deposited with the shelter manager for further reference at the RCI level. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am informed that my ministry is following up on the minor, and that's it. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, la ministre pourrait-elle indiquer à la Chambre pour quelles raisons un signalement a été fait au poste de police de Notre-Dame 48 jours après l'admission du bébé CP par 2 caregivers et non le officer in charge?
Mr. Speaker, sir, as I said in my main reply, when there has been, it is within the protocol to have the police inform if there is any suspicion that the child has been in danger or there's anything criminal linked, any abuse, harm done to the child. That is when the investigation is ongoing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, can the Honourable Minister enlighten the House on the conditions prevailing at Notre Dame Relay Centre, and if the RCI is able to cater for the children thereat?
Mr. Speaker, sir, indeed, the residential care institution, the Relay Centre at Notre Dame, is adequately equipped to be able to provide care and support for the currently 10 residents at Notre Dame. In fact, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that I personally undertook a visit on the 10th of May, last week that was, and a full report has been submitted to the administrative level of my ministry regarding minor shortcomings that we have noticed.
Next question.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. B599.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to thank the honourable member for providing me the opportunity to inform the House on the drain project being implemented by the NDU in the region of Malakoff. Mr. Speaker, sir, the region of Malakoff has been declared as a high-risk flood-prone area by the LDA on the 31st July 2020. The NDU had appointed a consultant to carry out the design and the supervision of the project. The detailed design report was finalized based on the recommendations of the LDA to consider the whole region of Malakoff holistically with a view to mitigating the incidence of flooding thereat. The LDA had subsequently recommended that the project be implemented in 2 phases. Mr. Speaker, sir, the scope of work for the first phase comprises inter alia, firstly, upgrading of existing drain along Malakoff Avenue over a length of approximately 110 meters. Secondly, construction of drain along Malakoff Avenue over a length of approximately 55 meters to connect to the upgraded drain to discharge in River Tatamaka. Thirdly, construction of a new drain of Malakoff off-road over a length of approximately 75 meters which connects to another existing drain including asphalting of road. Fourth, desilting of River Tatamaka along a stretch of approximately 100 meters downstream the discharge point. Fifth, upgrading of existing drain over a length of 70 meters along off La Marie Road. And lastly, cleaning of existing drains, replacing reinforced concrete covers by reinforced concrete formers and metal gratings along off Malakoff Road over a length of 200 meters. A contract was awarded to Safety Construction Limited on the 1st August 2022 under the framework agreement for the construction of drain for an amount of 52.4 million for implementation of the first phase of the project. Work started on 24th August 2022. As at date, 75% have been completed. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are all aware of the very high volume of traffic in the region of Malakoff. Despite the efforts made by my ministry to ease the traffic and ensure the safety of the public in getting the works done in a timely manner, there are certain issues which are beyond our control. Delays in the implementation of the project have been encountered.
Next question.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir. Phase 1 of the project is now expected to be completed by the end of July 2023. As regard to phase 2 of the project, land acquisition procedures are presently ongoing. Letters of offers have been issued on 30th of March 2023 to 18 landowners concerned. 10 replies have been received, out of which 3 owners are agreeable to the offer, 3 owners are agreeable with conditions, 2 owners requested for a site visit prior to submitting their decision, 2 owners are not agreeable. I'm informed, as at date, 8 replies are still awaited. Once the land acquisition procedure is completed, bids will be invited for the appointment of a contractor for the implementation of the work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It would appear that the phase 1 of the project is experiencing some delays. Inhabitants of Malakoff have not seen the contractor on site for some weeks now. May the Minister please enlighten the House as to what are the reasons for these delays for the phase 1. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as I've mentioned in my reply, yes, we have encountered some delays, and which are due to, firstly, there has been a site closure from the 15th of December to the 15th of January 2023 in order not to cause any inconvenience to the inhabitants and in view of the New Year festivities. Secondly, there has been a site closure from 11th to 20 February 2023 in the context of the Mahashivratri festival for the safety of the pilgrims. There has been relocation of services like telecoms, NCWA, NCB, which caused some delay, once again. Adverse weather condition, difficulty in obtaining way leave to access River Tatamaka through private properties for desilting purposes, water cut for connection works of newly relocated pipeline to the main pipeline along Lamari Road was granted to the CWA, by the CWA, after the Ramadan period, so as not to cause any inconvenience to our brothers and sisters of the Muslim faith during that period. And unavailability of flexible flanges adapters for connection of the newly relocated pipeline to the main pipeline along Lamari Road. I must say that all these are now behind us and the contractor has resumed works since yesterday.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Le ministre est-il d'accord d'admettre qu'il y a eu une très mauvaise planification et c'est la raison pour laquelle que les travaux ont été stoppés? Merci.
No, Mr. Speaker, I won't agree. If Honorable Member is saying that we should have continued the works during Mahashivratri period to cause inconvenience to pilgrims, if she's saying we should have water cut during Ramadan period, if this is wrong planification, so be it.
Next question.
B600.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the promotion of green agriculture is one of the strategic objectives of my ministry, and in this context, all agencies under the purview of my ministry are fully engaged in the promotion of green agriculture and sustainable agriculture. A series of measures and incentives have been provided for production of fruits and vegetables under organic and other sustainable production systems, which are resilient to impacts of climate change. Our ministry has implemented various schemes to encourage farmers to adopt sustainable agricultural practices, namely through subsidies for purchase of biofertilizers, sheltered farming scheme, and rainwater harvesting scheme. Since 2014, some 273 planters have benefited from the sheltered farming scheme for the construction of greenhouses for an amount of 80.4 million rupees. To further encourage growers to adopt this method of production, which reduces the use of insecticides and pesticides considerably, VAT exemption is granted on the purchase thereof. A chemical-free biofoods production promotion program is also being implemented among growers, youth, women, as well as in the hospitality sector. The green agricultural certification of fresh agricultural produce is being undertaken by the Mauritius Standards Bureau following the launching of the MORI-GAP certification initiated by my ministry in collaboration with the Ministry of Business and Cooperatives. An integrated pest management program which comprises release of sterile fruit flies, training and sensitization of planters, and free distribution of fruit fly bait is also being implemented. In addition, planters are being supported to shift from conventional farming to sustainable production systems. Farmers are being sensitized to use leguminous crop cover as green manure to improve soil quality and crop yield 15 weeks after planting. Solar-powered pumps and refrigeration units, soil and water conservation techniques, permaculture, agroforestry, zero-budget natural farming are also being implemented. Integrated soil fertility management is being promoted to reduce the volume of fertilizers being applied for production, namely through compost, including seaweed compost and biofertilizers, amongst others. Beekeeping is also being promoted so as to preserve the biodiversity and strengthen the ecosystem. As regards part B of the question, in addition to existing support for the farming community, the FARE has one unit dedicated to support the youth as well as women. For this year, 2023, there are 17 youth clubs that have been registered, including 12 secondary schools. Members of the clubs consist of 440 boys and 250 girls. These youth are below 20 years and they receive trainings and receive support to initiate school garden projects. FARE is also supporting the primary schools garden project in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. FARE provided gardening knowledge and skills to some 252 pupils at primary level. Mr. Speaker, sir, As at now, 125 farmers are engaged in producing fruits and vegetables through organic and other sustainable production systems over an area of 90 hectares. In this respect, organic fertilizers have been developed for 15 crops. In doing so, crop rotation and mixed cropping as well as conservation practices are being promoted. My ministry is also working on the forthcoming organic bill so as to regulate and promote green agriculture. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, my ministry has always been on the side of farmers to build their capacity to face the challenges related to climate change. As such, some 123 training sessions and 24,000 field visits have been effected by the extension services of the FARI. This in itself gives an indication of the dedication and commitment of my ministry to ensuring green agriculture and safe food systems for a healthier tomorrow for the population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House what assessment his department has made of the number of farms at risk of closing down due to the increase in price of fertilizers and fuel costs in the recent years?
Mr. Speaker, so I do agree that the price of fertilizers and what else? Fuel costs have increased dramatically, especially during COVID and post-COVID, for a number of reasons which I will not explain now. However, in view of the specific nature of the question of the Honourable Member, I will need notice of this question to give specific details in reply thereof.
Okay. Whether the government has formulated any scheme to run the food processing industries for excess vegetable which are on the market?
Yes, agro-processing is at the core of the policy of the ministry. In fact, the Ministry of Agro-Industry and Food Security is working in collaboration with the experts of the African Development Bank on the agro-processing. Recently, we have launched the handbook for agro-processing, but once again, I will need notice of the question to give specific details in reply thereto.
Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. B601. Please.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie l'honorable membre pour cette question. Nous savons combien la question de l'emploi est centrale tant d'un point de vue économique que social. À cet égard, le programme de la prime à l'emploi a été annoncé dans le dernier discours budget du 2022-2023. Ce dispositif ciblé a pour objectif d'aider nos jeunes à obtenir un emploi et d'inclure davantage de femmes sur le marché du travail. Le cadre et le mode de fonctionnement du programme ont été définis dans la Finance Act 2022. Dans le cadre de ce programme, le gouvernement, par l'intermédiaire de la MRA, verse une prime mensuelle pendant la première année d'emploi des jeunes âgés de 18 à 35 ans et des femmes âgées de 50 ans ou moins. La prime équivaut au salaire de base d'un employé dans la limite de 15 000 roupies par mois. En outre, elle couvre également le paiement de la prime de fin d'année pour la première année d'emploi. Les employeurs, quant à eux, sont tenus de préserver l'emploi de ces salariés pendant au moins 3 ans. La MRA m'a informé qu'à ce jour, 2551 employés ont bénéficié de ce régime, dont 2130 jeunes employés, hommes et femmes, âgés de 18 à 35 ans, et 421 sont des femmes âgées de 36 à 50 ans. Monsieur le Président, je tiens à souligner que ces nouvelles personnes en activité ont contribué à la baisse du chômage à Maurice. Merci.
Mr. Speaker, sir, can the Honourable Minister inform the House if he intends to extend the scheme for a further 1 or 2 years to come?
Monsieur le Président, nous sommes en train de travailler actuellement sur la préparation du budget et la question pour l'emploi des femmes est centrale et aussi pour l'emploi des jeunes. Donc nous travaillons pour la mise en place de plusieurs mesures qui peuvent inciter les femmes à rejoindre le marché du travail et aussi à donner des opportunités aux jeunes.
Next question.
B602.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Economic Development Board that PR Capital Mauritius Limited was issued with a letter of comfort by the EDB on 23rd of March 2022 to develop a mixed-use commercial cluster, office, retail, 1,480 residential units, 2 hotels, R&D campus, sports center, 2 golf courses, and a plant nursery on freehold land of an extent of 850 arpents 92 perches at Roche-Noir in the district of Rivière-du-Remport and Flac under the Smart City scheme. The EDB, I am informed, adopted a very prudent approach in assessing and considering this project by balancing the need for development and ensuring that environmental risks are mitigated to ensure conservation and preservation of the site. I am also informed that additional conditions were included in the letter of comfort, and PR Capital Mauritius Limited was required to provide inter alia the following prior to the submission for the application of the Smart City Certificate. 1, EIA license for the components to be developed in Phase 1. 2, approval from the Land Drainage Authority for the Land Drainage Impact Assessment Report. And 3, a building and land use permit for infrastructure works. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am also informed that the promoter was also required to undertake a survey of wetlands and barachois, mangroves, flora and fauna. On 30th March 2022, PR Capital Mauritius Limited had submitted an application for EIA license to the Ministry of Environment with respect to its hotel project. On 11 May 2022, PR Capital Mauritius Limited was advised by the Ministry of Environment to undertake a full EIA report on the whole extent of the property planned for development to better assess the environmental impact of the project and the measures proposed. PR Capital Mauritius Limited is planning, so far as I am informed, to submit a new EIA application covering the whole site and for all the components of the project by end of May of this year. Mr. Speaker, sir, pending the submission of the EIA report and being given that the site earmarked for the Smart City project at Roche-Noir over a total extent of 850 arpents 92 perches is of freehold nature, it is premature at this stage for me to state specifically whether designation will be approved for national park and or special nature reserve.
Le ministre est-il au courant que dans un document produit par son ministère et intitulé Protected Area Network Expansion Strategy 2017-2026, dans ce document définissant la stratégie de son ministère, il prévoit d'étendre à la page 163, d'étendre les zones à être protégées, c'est-à-dire les zones où la biodiversité est riche. Et cette zone où ce gouvernement prévoit de permettre le développement d'une Smart City se trouve dans les zones qui sont supposées être protégées et les zones qui devraient être étendues. Donc, le ministre peut-il nous dire s'il est au courant de cette stratégie que son ministère a produite et est-ce qu'il compte l'implémenter?
I am aware of the document, generally speaking, but I would prefer to have a look at the specific reference made by the honourable member on the specific page prior to giving a specific reply, Mr. Speaker.
Est-ce que le ministre compte demander, ou au moins s'informer, auprès du directeur des parcs nationaux et des services de conservation s'il ne serait pas dans l'intérêt public que de considérer la possibilité d'une acquisition obligatoire, comme le prévoit la section 13 du Native Terrestrial Biodiversity and National Parks Act de 2015?
I believe the honourable member is referring to section 12, because section 13 states that the ownership remains with the owner. I do propose to have consultations with the director of the national parks under section 12 of the National native terrestrial biodiversity and
the existing one. The latter will be demolished following recommendations from the Ministry of National Infrastructure and Community Development. The new structure will be a two-story building. The Ministry of National Infrastructure and Community Development has submitted scope of works and drawings. The bidding document is at vetting stage at the level of the Central Procurement Board. Once the bidding document is finalized, tender would be launched and the contract would be awarded for its implementation. The whole process is expected to take around 15 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Of QB.
Mr. Speaker, sir, an area health center essentially provides the basic health care, promotes preventive care, especially early detection of health issues, community health education, coordination of healthcare resources, and it also contributes to and improve health outcomes of individuals. So it means the area health center, if you look at it at an individual lifespan, it provides care from preconception stage to the antenatal care, postnatal care, early childhood, adolescent, and NCDs, and all the different care, especially putting a lot of emphasis on geriatric care as well.
Next question.
B604.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I had informed the House at our sitting of 16th May 2023 in reply to PQB 523 that the Pai-Gibi Sewerage Project Phase 2 was awarded to Sino Hydro Corporation Limited by the Wastewater Management Authority on 31st July 2019. The original completion date of the project was revised to 21st July 2023, and as per the updated work schedule, the progress of work as at end of April was 37.1%. I had also informed that the surveys of the truck sewers and street sewers had been completed. With regards to house connections, 90% of surveys have been completed. 17 kilometers of truck sewer and street sewer laid, and 12.3 kilometers of CWA pipes have been replaced. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, I am informed that 130 meters of the truck sewer of 600 millimeter diameter glass reinforced pipes at an average depth of 6 meters along A1 road must be completed to enable house connections to be effected. These works are currently ongoing by the contractor, and I understand that as at date, only 15 meters of truck sewer remains to be laid, and this will be completed within 2 weeks' time, and then house connections will start. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, the Ministry of Labour, Human Resource Development and Training had conveyed its in principle no objection to the contractor for the recruitment of some 210 workers from China and Nepal by Sino Hydro Corporation Mauritius Limited in December 2019. The bid submitted by the contractor provided for its existing professional staff and local labor to be employed, as many as possible. I am informed that the contractor had indicated to the Wastewater Management Authority in November 2022 that it was encountering difficulties to import labor due to closure of borders, first in China and then in Mauritius in 2019 and for most of 2020, as well as the difficulty faced by the contractor to import foreign labor, equipment and machinery, among others. My ministry and the Wastewater Management Authority had facilitated the process at the level of the Ministry of Labour, Human Resource Development and Training in October 2021 to enable the contractor to mobilize adequate resources on site. On reopening of borders in Mauritius, the contractor was again requested to ensure adequate labour force. I am informed by the Wastewater Management Authority that in April 2021, the labour count stood at 120, with 40 foreign workers and 80 local ones. Since the beginning of the contract, the attention of the contractor has been drawn by the Wastewater Management Authority that it is a requirement of the contract that he mobilizes sufficient resources for the performance of the works in order to reach the completion date. Despite several contractual warnings and letters of concern, the number of foreign workers on site has reached 31 as at date. This has significantly affected the rate of advancement of the project. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am informed that the Wastewater Management Authority has made a request for funding in respect of some of the remaining works under the Pai-Gibi sewerage project in the forthcoming budget. The bidding process is expected to start soon after provision of funds. A program of works has also been worked out by the Wastewater Management Authority for the phased implementation of the remaining works. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Monsieur le Président, la Chambre notera que le ministre nous informe aujourd'hui que 44 mois après le début des travaux qui devaient durer 40 mois, le nombre de maisons connectées au système de tout à l'égout est de 0 sur les 3000 maisons prévues. Puis-je demander au ministre, sur la valeur initiale du contrat de 979 millions de roupies, quel est le montant total qui a été payé à ce jour au contracteur Sino-Hydro?
Mr. Speaker, sir, let me find the amount which have been paid. I do understand the concern of the honourable member because this is the second time he's putting this question to me, and I can tell the House, Honourable Chakuri also has expressed the same concern. We agree that the contractor has not been able to catch up le retard qu'il a eu sur ces travaux de Pai-Gibi, Monsieur le Président. Mais de là à dire que nous notons qu'après tous ces travaux, il n'y a pas eu de house connection, c'est vrai, j'ai dit ça dans ma dernière réponse que j'ai répondu au Parlement. And what is true, if you don't have the main sewer line, there's no point in connecting to the houses in that area. Where will the wastewater go if we don't have the main sewer pipe? That is why in my reply I've stated that once we complete the A1 crossing, and I did state that in 2 weeks' time, because there are only 15 meters of the main sewer pipe left to be completed. Once this is completed, then house connections will start. With regard to payment, Mr. Speaker, sir, I understand that the amount paid to the contractor till date is 307,047,824.31 cents.
Monsieur le Président, le ministre nous explique quelque chose de technique et j'ai une formation d'ingénieur comme lui, je comprends tout à fait qu'on ne peut pas connecter les maisons tant qu'il n'y a pas de collecteur principal. Ce n'était pas une question technique mais contractuelle. Et alors justement, par rapport au contrat, En réponse à la PQ B750 en 2019, posée par mon collègue Ousmane Mohamed, le ministre des Utilités publiques de l'époque, des Utilités publiques de l'époque, l'honorable Colin Davelou.
Order, please. Mot droit, ça. Mettez-toi ici. I'm very happy to hear that honorable, very intelligent person, Mr. Ousmane Mohamed, is calling me a clown. Okay, I accept. I'm a clown, but I don't know if this is parliamentary, Mr. Speaker, sir.
No. Order. Order. Order everywhere. Both sides. Order. If you have said these words, be a gentleman and withdraw, and we'll finish with that.
Speaker, sir, I've said this, and he has replied that he is very happy to be a clown.
No.
Did you say? You say so? So it's a compliment to him.
Stop joking. Stop joking. Order. No discussion. Order. I'm ruling. I am ruling. The point is, the Honourable Minister asked me whether this is parliamentary. I am ruling it is not parliamentary. Being a gentleman, I know you personally, I know you will withdraw. Why are you resisting me?
Okay.
You never resisted me. Now, whose turn was it? Whose question was it? Are you sure you have...
Yes.
Wait. Last time you made a fraudulent point of order. Wait. Listen to me. I am on my feet. I have not ruled yet on that fraudulent point of order. And I did ask you whether you had a point. You said, yes, I have. And are you prepared to present your apologies? You said, yes. But so far, I stayed quiet. It will be the second time.
I have a point of order.
If really you have a point of order, not a fraudulent point of order, then you may go ahead.
Tout comme le ministre Toussaint vient de...
Just one.
With regard to what you just said, is it not the practice of this House that whenever a member wishes to raise a point of order, he has to make reference to which point of order as provided for in our standing orders?
Wait. Order. What's the use of... Let somebody rule. In fact, Honourable Member is right. Although, at times I do allow, okay, you said you have a point of order. I don't squeeze you to ask you which number, which point of order, because I know out of, you will not be able. But check your standing order. Check. You have a standing order in front of you. Check it there. Which...
J'ai, Monsieur le Président, un point of order, tout comme le ministre Toussaint vient de le faire, selon la section 41 du standing order. Pas de besoin de check. J'ai entendu le ministre Bobby Ayram utiliser le mot bourrique à l'attention des membres de l'opposition. Je vous demande de rule si le mot bourrique est parlementaire.
Good. You have a point of order. If this word has been used, then I am asking Honourable Bobby Ayram to withdraw that word. But if this has not been used, then I will check. And at the same time, you will have to present apologies to the House. For last time, you did something very... Wait, there is one speaker. You have no right, you have no floor. What is it? You have no floor. So you will have to apologize. Okay, Honourable Bobby Ayram,
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I apologize. I've used the word, but not as he's saying, à l'égard des membres de l'opposition. He's insinuating this one. Thank you.
So now this is an opportunity for me. Last time you made a fraudulent point of order. You said Honorable Danu said something. When I checked in Hansard, I reviewed the film. There was nothing of the sort, so you have to apologize.
J'ai entendu ce que j'ai entendu, mais j'apologize.
No, but this is, you refresh my mind. This is like conditional. It should be unconditional apology.
Apologize.
Gentlemen. So everybody's a gentleman so far.
Ma question n'est pas terminée.
Go ahead.
Merci. Revenons aux eaux usées de paille Ibiza. Et en référence à mon collègue gentleman, l'honorable Osman Mohamed, il avait interrogé le ministre des Utilités publiques de l'époque, l'honorable Colin Davilou, au sujet de ce projet, et le ministre de l'époque avait répondu que la supervision de ce projet will be, je cite, carried out in-house by the WMA staff, backed up by contract advisor. Puis-je demander au ministre du jour si ce contract advisor avait bien été choisi et si oui de mentionner son identité, car il s'agit au final d'un projet qui prend le chemin d'un litige contractuel.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the supplementary question asked by the honourable member doesn't form part of the main question. Unfortunately, I would wish to reply to that question, but unfortunately I do not have the information with me. But with regard to whether the officers of the Wastewater Management Authority did supervise the ongoing works, the answer is yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Next question.
B605.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that with the prevailing COVID-19 pandemic since March 2020, all countries have significantly faced several challenges, such as disruption in the supply chains, reduction in cargo volumes, increased cost of freight and delays in shipment, amongst others. The Republic of Mauritius was not spared from these challenges. In the second half of 2021, Mauritius was missing approximately 10 to 14 services per month, and this decline continued in the first quarter of 2022. Even the short term, the shipping line supply shortage was not expected to be resolved in view of China's continued zero-COVID policy during that period. High rates, capacity constraints, and blank sailings were creating problems for shippers, particularly in secondary markets outside major east-west trade lines. In fact, rate levels had increased and were 6 to 8 times higher compared to 2019-2020. In fact, on the Europe to Asia trade, this equated to USD 7,000 to 8,000 per TEU compared to 1,200 USD in 2020. In addition, bunker prices in 2022 were 2.3 times that of 2020 and 1.5 times that of 2021 levels. In view of these major challenges and the merit to support importers and exporters in Mauritius, it was resolved to support the regional feeder vessel project. The objectives of the regional feeder vessel project were inter alia to support importers and exporters in Mauritius, ensure maritime independence, contain the high maritime transport costs, and improve regional connectivity so as to enhance regional trade cooperation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited was entrusted to initiate a feasibility study for the implementation of the regional shipping line project. In March 2022, MSCL appointed the Trade and Transport Group, an Australian consultancy firm, to conduct a feasibility study of the regional shipping line project. The consultant firm submitted its report in May 2022 and was paid an amount of USD 15,000. The consultancy firm recommended engaging into a 12-month time charter arrangement for a 7 to 1,020-foot equivalent unit containers vessel to support connectivity between Mauritius, India, and Asia to provide a bridge to cover the gap of the supply chain until normal capacity returns and stabilization of freight and charter rates. Mr. Speaker, sir, with a view to supporting our industries in exporting to the region, government in the budget speech 2022-2023, as mentioned by the Honourable Member, announced that 2 regional feeder vessels would be chartered in connection with the creation of 2 new maritime routes in 2 phases as follows. Phase 1, the South Asian route to serve India, Sri Lanka and the Seychelles. Phase 2, the East Africa route to serve East Africa countries including Madagascar, Tanzania and Kenya. According on 1st July 2022, MSCL launched an expression of interest for the time chartering of 2 multi-purpose container vessels with carrying capacity of 700 containers. At the closing date of the UI exercise, on 15 July 2022, 11 companies had submitted their offers, out of which 1 company was retained following an assessment. The company offered the services of 2 vessels, and the daily charter rates were $24,000 USD and $25,000 USD respectively. With these figures, the break-even freight rate was calculated at $3,200 USD per container. The freight rate varies obviously with the charter rate, that is, when the freight rate is high, the charter rate is also high. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is worth noting that the freight rate started to decline as follows. From USD 8,000 USD, 9,000 USD in July 2022, that is at the time of the launch of the EOI, to less than 7,000 in August 2022. Moreover, this trend continued in the subsequent months, reaching to an amount of less than 4,000 in September 2022, and further down to less than 2,000 actually now in May 2023, which is less than 30% of the pre-COVID freight rate. I'm tabling a copy of the World Container Index indicating the weekly freight rate assessment of 8 major east-west trades. In view of the substantial decreasing trend of the freight rates, the project had to be put on hold, awaiting the stabilization of the market trend, as the charter rate offered was, as I said, 25,000 USD, and the break-even was 3,200. It was considered not reasonable to proceed in such circumstances. Mr. Speaker, sir, the regional shipping line project is indeed an essential budgetary measure to boost export in general, and also to tap into the new opportunities through the SECPA agreement, and obviously to also to ensure prompt supply of raw materials for our local manufacturing industries. The project is still under consideration, and it is being reassessed by the MSL in consultation with all stakeholders based on the current freight and charter rates and other associated costs. The MSL is expected to finalize a new assessment report by mid-June 2023 and subsequently launch a procurement exercise for the chartering of feeder vessels for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the project. Mr. Speaker, sir, according Part A, B, C, and D of the question do not arise as the project has not yet been implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister confirm that the reason that this project, which is a good project, in fact did not take off is because at the level of the Mauritius Shipping Corporation, they don't have the knowledge, competence, manpower to operate a cargo vessel. They don't have the training. They don't even know how to market this product to local producers and importers.
Mr. Speaker, says the Mauritius Shipping Corporation, in fact, is already operating, has been operating to, obviously, but not on international routes, only for Agalega and Rodrigues. But in fact, the project has been worked by the consultant, and with regard to manpower, a lot of consultation has been done with all the existing shipping line, international shipping line in Mauritius, and also local operators, being MEGSA, MCCI, and the project is being worked out, and obviously skilled labor is required obviously we will recruit such people.
The Honourable Minister says that the project is still under consideration and there's going to be a new feasibility study by mid of June 2023. Would the Honourable Minister consider a possibility of a joint venture between the government of Mauritius, be it Mauritius Shipping Corporation or elsewhere, with the private sector to operate that vessel and make it commercially feasible? Because we, as he rightly pointed out, we need maritime independence.
The Speaker said, indeed, the collaboration and involvement of the private sector to operate a regional feeder vessel project is highly encouraged. Obviously, MSCL and government welcome a proposal from the private sector with regard to this project.
Next question.
B606.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm informed that the NDU has completed a total of 23 projects in Constitution number 4 for the period of January 2020 to date. These include the construction and upgrading of 9 drains for an amount of 213 million. Secondly, desilting of 2 rivers for an amount of 15 million, upgrading of 11 roads for an amount of 61 million, and construction of 1 mini soccer pitch for an amount of 3.3 million. I'm further informed that the NDU is currently implementing 5 drain projects in Constituency number 4 for a total amount of 100 million rupees. Likewise, 2 road projects for a total amount of 16 million are being implemented, and 2 amenities projects to the tune of 9 million rupees. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to part C of the question, I wish to inform the House that the list of proposed projects for implementation during financial year 2023-2024 is being worked out by the Parliamentary Private Secretary in consultation with members of the National Assembly of the constituency in the context of the forthcoming budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. In the list of pending projects, I guess there is the road surfacing of Crèvecoeur, Upper Crèvecoeur, L'Allemagne, which is still there. I did raise the matter at adjournment matter. I would appeal once again to the Honourable Minister to look into the matter, as people of Crèvecoeur are really suffering. Thank you very much.
Noted, Mr. Speaker.
Next question.
B607.
Mr. Speaker, sir, to start with, let me thank the honourable member to give me the opportunity to highlight what this government is doing to address the issue of expired drugs. In reply to part A of the question, I'm informed that the ministry procured medicine, drugs, vaccine as follows: 1,333,428,249 for financial year 2020-21, 945,402,455 for the financial year 2021-2022, 917,837,577 for the final year 2022-2023 as at April 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, regarding part B of the question, I am informed that the quantity of the pharmaceutical products expired for the same period and the corresponding costs are as follows: 1,562,272 items expired in July 2020 to June 2021, amounting to 17,299,986 rupees. Items means tablets, syrups, ampules, injectables, and so on. 13,065,831 items expired in July 2021 to June 2022, amounting to 65,943,810 rupees, and 21,272,729 items expired in July 2022 to April 2023, amounting to 88,136,359. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me draw the attention of the House that the above figures include products procured before the said period. Mr. Speaker, sir, in addition, in case any medicine with shorter life period is accepted upon expiry of the product, the Minister returns to the same supplier for exchange of another supply order. Now, it's good, Mr. Speaker, sir, to inform the Honourable Member who is interested in the issue of expired drugs since 2020. When I started my mandate at the Ministry of Health, I wish to point out that expiry of drugs is a recurrent issue for the past 50 years. It is not only when this government is in power or any other previous government, they do face the same challenge, the same issue. This is also a worldwide phenomenon in all the public and private service for health delivery points, even at the household levels as well. In respect to purchase of medicine, the quantification, that is the quantity that we have to purchase, is done at the level of hospitals by the user department, that is by the doctors through the pharmacy cadres. And that quantity, that quantification of medication is based on estimates, and estimates are based on current consumption and the pattern of prescribing. So this is how a procurement exercise with the quantification is done. Let me remind the Honourable Member that National Audit Office has on several occasions highlighted the financial loss brought to government in its report. If I go back to 2006, 10, 2011, 2015, 2016 for procurement of drugs and expiry which have occurred in 2005, 2009, 2010, 2014, and so on. For example, the National Audit Report of 2009 highlighted a wastage of funds to the tune of millions of rupees incurred for expired drugs due to excessive purchases, poor stock monitoring, short life of pharmaceutical products such as multivitamins, famotidine, among others. These are only the few items. The same year, the National Audit Report reported that a total of some 115,000 doses of trivalent influenza vaccines of H1N1 worth again millions of rupees expired, despite the fact that the issue had been raised in previous audit reports, and at that time, no remedial action was taken by the then government. Now, I know that the Honourable Member was not present at that time, but at that time, no action was taken. So what's happening now, Mr. Speaker, sir? In the past, no government has addressed this issue of expired drug. This government, under the strong leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, has taken the initiative to and commitment to resolve this pertinent issue and has come up with the Central Medical Procurement Authority Bill 2022, which has already been introduced in the National Assembly and is expected to be debated shortly. So I'm sure the Honourable Member will intervene during debates, and rest assured I will give all the questions or to the reply. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, so only to highlight the objective of the Central Medical Procurement Authority Bill 2022, which inter alia are as follows: undertaking proper effective procurement, developing strategies for efficient procurement, arranging, manage, and oversee real-time inventory management, where we can end up with expired drugs, and ensuring the stock level are maintained and available at all times. So again, this government has taken the bold decision to come up with this new legislation, especially in regard to expiry of drugs.
Question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether there is an online system now, actually, at the level of the central pharmacy, which can be consulted by other stores and pharmacies, and if doctors are regularly updated about availability of medicine, stocks, and date of expiry?
Mr. Speaker, sir, there is one system put in place by the Ministry of Finance. It is called the EIMS, that is the Electronic Inventory Management System. This system is applied at the Central Supply Division, that is where the drugs are stored. But what is happening at the user side, we haven't come up with an electronic system. This project will be with the e-health system. And the e-health system, previously I've already given replies, what are the procedures we have undertaken for the e-health. So in this system of EIMS, there is a stock monitoring, but that does not reflect what is there, what is the reality of the stock situation of any drugs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can the Honourable Minister provide information as to how the drugs, expired drugs are being disposed as of now? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, expired drugs, they are classified as hazardous waste under the first schedule of Environment Protection, that is the standard for hazardous waste regulation 2001. And expired drugs are disposed by Solid Waste Management Division of the Ministry of Health. So there is a specific procedures how to dispose these drugs.
Next question.
B609.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am informed that 34,184 new permits have been issued to employers over the last 4 years in relation to the recruitment of foreign workers. The sectors concerned are manufacturing, textile, export-oriented enterprises, freeport, other manufacturing activities, bakery, food processing, printing and publishing. And as regard to the information requested for in Part B, I am tabling same.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. Obviously, I have not have the list of the companies. My question to the Honourable Minister is reason as to why it's been made obvious that a ban has been put in place with regard to the recruitment of Bangladeshi workers, despite the difficulty encountered to recruit workers of similar skills in various sectors.
Mr. Speaker, so it's not true that a ban has been imposed for the importation of Bangladeshi. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, sir, is previously foreign workers were primarily being sourced from Bangladesh, but with time we have signed MOUs with different countries, and employers are being encouraged to diversify source country of foreign workers.
Can the Honourable Minister inform the House as to measures his ministry has put in place in order to mitigate the discrepancy between requests for foreign workers in these non-white-collar sectors and the demands that are put to his ministry? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, the demands comes from all sectors, and there is a ratio that is applicable to each sector. As regard to, what was the last part of the question?
The discrepancy between demand and supply of specific workers.
Yes, we are. There is a technical committee working, which is being presided over by the Secretary to Cabinet, and we will come with a solution. That is, we are considering of removing ratio for sectors which are in well demand.
By the way, those were two good questions. Huh? So we move to the next question.
B610.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the corneal grafting is a surgical procedure where a damaged or diseased cornea is replaced by donated corneal tissue. At present, corneal tissues are made available through donations from foreign visiting teams and through the Lions Club, whom I would like to thank personally for their valuable contribution. During the COVID-19 pandemic, no corneal grafting was carried out in our hospitals due to a global shortage of corneal grafts. In addition, due to the prevailing sanitary condition at that material time, all foreign team visits were brought to a halt. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the year 2022, 10 cases of corneal graft were performed at Suramanian Eye Hospital and 15 cases at New Suyak Hospital, that is a total of 25 cases. Mr. Speaker, sir, for the year 2023, 5 cases of corneal graft have already been performed at Suramanian Mukta Eye Hospital as at 14th May 2023. It is anticipated that during the next visit of Professor Wajid Ali Khan, Dean of Al-Shifa Trust Eye Hospital, Pakistan, and Dr. Sri Kishan Ram Kishan Shetty, Assistant Professor of Ophthalmology, Weill Cornell Medical College, New York, in or around August and September 2023, additional cases will be performed at New Suyak Hospital depending on the number of corneal grafts that will be made available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House about the number of patients on the waiting list for 2023?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the number of cases on the waiting list for, as at now, it is 68, Mr. Speaker, sir. 68, yeah.
Next question.
B612.
Monsieur le Président, mon ministère a en effet reçu une demande de syndicats représentant les employés de certaines sociétés d'État et d'entreprises du secteur privé pour une réunion concernant les déficits auxquels sont confrontés les fonds de pension à prestations définies. Les syndicats ont fait part du fait que plusieurs fonds de pension à prestations définies étaient confrontés à des déficits dans différents secteurs. Ils ont fait référence aux fonds de pension des secteurs suivants: banques, aéroports, ports, hôtellerie, manufacturiers, commercial, éducation, sociétés d'État et les autorités locales. Suite à la demande de réunion de la FPU, qui représentait les différents syndicats, une rencontre s'est tenue à mon ministère en février 2023. L'objectif de cette réunion était de comprendre les préoccupations des syndicats concernant les déficits des fonds de pension à prestations définies, des entreprises privées, des entreprises publiques et des autorités locales et de prendre connaissance de leurs enjeux relatifs. Lors de la réunion, les représentants de la FPU ont été informés qu'un comité technique sur les fonds de pension des organismes statutaires avait été créé au niveau du ministère des Finances, de la Planification économique et du Développement. À la suite des recommandations du comité technique, le gouvernement a pris un certain nombre de mesures pour améliorer le niveau de financement des fonds de pension des organismes statutaires. Ces mesures comprenaient la fusion des fonds de pension, l'augmentation des taux de contribution et des injections de liquidités. Pour aller de l'avant, la FPU a été invitée à partager les informations dans le cadre du processus initial de collecte d'informations concernant ses préoccupations spécifiques et il a été convenu d'organiser d'autres réunions par la suite. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais également informer la Chambre que pour les entreprises du secteur privé, il incombe aux entreprises de présenter un plan de financement pour combler tout déficit conformément aux dispositions de la loi sur les régimes de retraite privés. Les sociétés d'État qui disposent de fonds de pension privés sont également réglées par les dispositions de la loi sur les régimes de retraite privés et il leur incombe de combler tout déficit de financement. Les organismes statutaires générateurs de recettes sont tenus de prendre les mesures appropriées pour financer tout déficit de leurs fonds de pension sur leurs fonds propres. En ce qui concerne les déficits des fonds de pension des organismes statutaires ne générant pas de recettes, la Chambre se souviendra que dans ma réponse à la PQ numéro B796 du 27 juillet 2021, j'ai indiqué qu'un comité technique avait été créé au niveau de mon ministère pour examiner la question. Ce comité a formulé plusieurs recommandations, en particulier Et en particulier, nous avons augmenté les taux de cotisation pour certains fonds de pension d'organismes statutaires, fusionné les fonds de pension de certaines institutions qui ont été fermées, contribué à l'amélioration du niveau de financement sur une période de 10 ans à partir de l'exercice 2022-2023 des fonds de pension des organes statutaires dont le niveau de financement est inférieur à 60%, injecter des liquidités dans les fonds de pension qui ne sont pas en mesure d'honorer leurs obligations en matière de pension et fournir un montant de 225 millions de roupies pour l'exercice financier en cours afin de combler les déficits de certains fonds de pension d'organismes statutaires et d'améliorer leur niveau de financement. Merci.
Est-ce que le ministre peut nous dire s'il est satisfait du progrès accompli à ce stade pour régler ces problèmes de déficit au niveau des fonds de pension? À ce stade, est-ce que le ministre est satisfait?
Monsieur le Président, en tant que ministre des Finances, bien sûr que je vais dire que tout déficit n'est pas bon pour l'économie en général. Mais je dois aussi rectifier en précisant que nous sortons de cette période difficile qu'est la crise économique que nous avons vécue en 2020 et 2021 et que s'il y a une amélioration, et amélioration il y a, nous pensons que nous sommes en train d'aller dans la bonne direction avec le taux de croissance qui est en train d'arriver. Et la seule façon de combler ces déficits, c'est d'améliorer la performance de ces entreprises.
Est-ce que le ministre qui est aussi responsable du SAIC, est-ce que le ministre est au courant que, par exemple, au niveau des casinos, que la SAIC n'a pas contribué, parce que 50%, ce que la SAIC devait contribuer pour ces 2 dernières années au niveau du fonds de pension, et qu'il y a un montant de 56 millions puis que la SAIC a pris avec le fonds de pension du casino. Est-ce que le ministre est au courant de cet aspect? Est-ce qu'il compte rencontrer la direction de la SAIC pour régler ce problème?
Monsieur le Président, je ne suis pas au courant de tout ce qui se passe au niveau de ces institutions. Je vais regarder ce qu'il en est et apporter les clarifications par la suite.
Next question.
Thank you very much. B-stroke 613, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am informed that as at date, the total acreage of land under vegetable cultivation is about 6,000 hectares, and this includes open field cultivation as well as cultivation under protected structures. Thank you.
Will the minister state whether the land suitability index is still available?
I will need a specific question for that. I can come back to the House at a later stage.
Next question.
E614. Mr. Speaker, sir, autism spectrum disorder is one of the neurodevelopmental disorders. The diagnostic criteria are defined in 2 symptomatic dimensions, which are persistent deficits in communication and social interactions observed in various contexts, the restricted and repetitive nature of behaviors, interests, or activities. So this definition is dimensional and is completed by a level of severity according to the level of assistance required. In fact, we do not speak of autism today per se, but of spectrum disorders, given that the disabilities and needs of people with autism vary and may change over time, since the pathology is in social behavior and communication. While some people with autism are able to live independently, others have severe disability that require long life care and support. Autism often impacts education and job opportunities. In addition, the demands on families providing care and support can be significant. Social attitudes and support from local and international authorities are important factors that determine the quality of life of people with autism. People with autism often have comorbidities, including epilepsy, depression, anxiety, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and challenging behaviors like sleep disturbances and self-harm. The level of intellectual functioning is extremely variable and can range from profound impairment to superior cognitive abilities. Based on WHO publication on autism dated 29th March 2023, around 1 in 160 persons in the world has an autism spectrum disorder. Hence, according to this estimate, approximately 7,000 persons may suffer from autism spectrum disorders in Mauritius. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that there are 379 patients suffering from autism who are known cases following treatment in our public hospitals. They are as follows: 73 at Brownsacre Mental Health Care Center, 37 at Dr. AGG2 Hospital, 80 at Victoria Hospital, 150 at Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital, 5 at Bruno Chong Hospital, and 72 at SSR National Hospital. However, these patients suffering from autism who are following treatment in private as well. So we have another group of patients following treatment in private. I'm informed by Autisme Maurice that the SEDAM, Service d'évaluation et de diagnostic de l'autisme à Maurice, the evaluation service of Autism Mauritius, has diagnosed around 191 patients suffering from autism since 2018 to date. The SEDAM, the previous autism diagnosis service of Autism Mauritius, diagnosed around 180 individuals from 2012 to 2016, and in total, Autism Mauritius has diagnosed 371 patients suffering from autism. So there are many undiagnosed cases of autism, as people are still reluctant to disclose or are unaware or that they have children who are in fact suffering from autism. In the context of the World Autism Awareness Day, Ministry has proceeded with the opening of the first autism daycare center at Extriolé Area Healthcare Center under the aegis of SSR National Hospital on 1st April